Even het open. Taking soda and citric acid with Merck's skills. Break up the rust. Oh, we'll see if it helps. If there is noise, I do have an open window, and outside there are people with very loud cars, so maybe I should close that. Yeah. Darkness does not like that. How's the volume? Seems pretty loud. Not sure about the mic, maybe I should boost that a little bit. But it could mess up the settings, I don't feel like particularly fiddling around with that. So maybe the easier solution is just to lower the game volume a little bit. It should be fine. It looks like when I'm speaking it's like half the volume. To me that seems like it should work. Let me know if it's too loud or if it's too quiet. Yeah, just did that. Could do more. By 1% more. It's noticeably quieter, but as long as it's ambient, I think it's fine. It's like it doesn't need to be super light. Let me check if we are running randomized music. We are not good. Should be able to see it. I'll just put this to the side so you can see the trend. Like this. Sure. Alright, let's do some practice today. I haven't played Caesar in a little while, and at the end of this month there's going to be a big update going for Augustus Unstable, which is going to allow us to use more tools, and in order to use them, I need to get my practice done so that I can make some changes to the maps. And you know, if you, in my mindset, you need to be good at the game to make really good maps. So, you know, getting the rust off is important in order to make maps that actually make sense. So we'll do that. Hello, dear, welcome. Scenario selection. We'll be playing RC, and we'll start with something relatively simple. I was thinking maybe Tarako, which is a space challenge, but it's relatively simple. Or we could do something like Syracusae, which is a classic. Well, Syracusae, because there is also some military.
Historical background.
Oh, just read the edicts. Oil is a focus, Carthaginians blockade the sea, and we don't get access to some entertainment and decorations. That's fine. Right, start 7,600. Let's go into our advisor here. Pesos 20. I'll start by paying literally nothing. Even though we don't need to do that, but people will come regardless, so it's fine. I want to make all the people live on the high ground as normal. I think we should do that and maybe try to make the thing look nice. We'll see about that particular aspect. Let's start by utilizing some of this area. We'll have some space to work with. Water here on this one. I'm not sure. Do I have my hotkeys? Yeah. We have hotkeys. Alright, let's build a block. We'll want the water to be sourced there, but we want to utilize this area to the best of our ability. Let's put that there and then figure out how I want to do this. We could do that. I'm not concerned about wasting this space here. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. Road there. Dita says, I'm so bummed still running the old Augustus version, the one where you have to load the maps one by one instead of running the campaign. And my in-game music is off. It's double. That sounds annoying, but why can't you run the unstable build? I have a video on it which explains it. It takes less than 10 minutes to just install from, you know, you don't need anything else, just install the game, and then the video is gonna show you step by step how to do it. If you want, I can give you a link for it. This is a little bit of a problem. It will force me to have the fountain here. And that's fine as long as this is for services and not houses. We could do that. We can put some temples there, or a school. Let's replace that reservoir. I could bring it closer by one. I think here, does it reach there? One, two, three. And it's the 4th tile. There. It would still not reach that, so we could just build it like this. Use this for some Lararia or maybe Engineer Prefect, stuff like that. I feel like I have 3 versions installed over one another. Yeah, I recommend clean install. Just get rid of it, you know, delete it and then install it fresh. All you need is, if you have the game on Steam or GOG, just install it from like the, you know, the launcher, and then Just watch the video and it's gonna show you step by step how to set it up, and it's gonna be clean, fresh, and it's gonna work. There was a bug with one of the things, setting up the folders were bugged, that's why it's kinda annoying. Do you want the link or will you find it? If you want the link, just let me know. Alright, let's have that. Could dodge that rock a little more, but that's a massive issue. So will this be sufficient? Okay, no problem. It's just gonna take a second. I made that a while back because a lot of people, since Zach was playing the RC, they're asking about how to do it, and so I wanted to make a video that's like one thing you can watch and it's gonna let you just do it, and it doesn't take that long to watch, and I think it's been pretty successful. So far it's worked for basically everyone. There are some differences with like different OS, but it should be doable. This is the video. Alright, let's check for the range. Yeah, this will work. Could even be a slightly longer block. This does boost desirability, so I'll build it here because it's gonna offset the reservoir being horrible. We are on a central climate, so I'll add 2 prefects. An engineer, barber, and a doctor. Augustism. Of course. Alright, it's gonna be a bit of an odd space here, but that's fine. And we can do this because in this version it's been fixed. The walkers are smart. They will merge as long as you as you place the tiles that only can merge into 2x2s, they will do it. You no longer need to do checkerboard pattern. Which I didn't mind the checkerboard really, but it is good for most people, I would think, that they don't have to do that anymore. We want to keep this open, and there's probably gonna be markets here and here. So let's put down extra houses here. Plus, I would imagine we want... Is it gonna be possible to do... It is. Let's add some houses here then. This will do. But that one, I'm not so sure. There, yes. Alright. It's already started building some temples, so I don't forget about that. I'll put all the starting ones here. Although the space is getting a little bit limited. Might remove some of these later. I will need a 3x3 for an amphitheater, or I don't have an amphitheater. It means I'll have to have an arena. Can I even fit it out? I think the answer is no. You could shorten that by 2 tiles. It's gonna get rid of a house. Because here is obviously not viable. I could build it here, but don't feel like doing that. There's a 2x2 there, which is nice, but I do need a way for this to work. If it's like this, then ox carts can still pass from the fertile land up here. I think it's necessary to do this. let's let people immigrate. Cheapest buys clay and olives. Some pottery. There is a sea trade rate. Sea trade rates are gonna be dominant, but they are also vulnerable. So you'll need to kind of have a little bit of money on the side. Because the blockades can wreck our economy. Yeah, but we also pay 0 wages. So these people coming here is quite surprising. There's also no food. But there will be water at some point. Start paying fair wages, I think. Or are people annoyed already? People are pleased. Alright, I'm getting some surplus, so let's set up some clay and olives. Do that here. Investing a little bit of money on clearing, but I want to design this nicely. Should be more than enough. Sheep are gonna be a problem. Roadblock. No one can pass. People are still pleased. It's gonna go away once we get like 250. Then the protection from the sentiment collapse goes away. Pretty sure. Hello, you can welcome. This does need to expand a little bit, but we'll need it here later anyway. And I will hug it. It's fine. Can bring up the desirability later. I'd like to keep some extra space here. Almost messed up. They're gonna go all the way around. Shook my sentiments. People still pleased. But it should collapse. Some olives. Let's open. Oh, we could wait a little bit until we get some more resources. Indifferent. Okay, it's collapsing. We need to start paying fair wages, and I'll increase it by 2 extra because. It's still the first year. There's already a distant battle. Yeah, that has a better effect. What else to say? Yeah, we need to increase our prosperity faster so we can actually make some oil. Okay. Enough stuff. There are the traders now. Let's build the highway. Although I don't like how that is, so I'll build it like that instead. Now building a highway just for this one trader is not that great, but I do want this because it also speeds up some immigration, so it's not a bad thing to have. And now we need food, and we should probably invest into some starting military. Although a second trader by sea would also work quite nicely. Food-wise, we'll produce it here. Military is gonna be around here. Let's make wheat. It's central. There is no reason to make anything else really right now. This feeds enough. Is that a granary? Now where do we want this granary to go? If it's there, then it acts as a good middle point. These are too far, but if I build a granary here, then these farms might not reach it in time. But so that these would have the same problem. So we'll probably go with something like granary here then later for these two directions, and then this is gonna all pull into this one. I really hate the cobblestone roads. Where is the setting? I do not want it. It's stupid. Piss off. Okay. What do we want this? I don't know odd one by one places, so I'll just build it on the side there. Unfortunately, it is not the greatest setup, so I might just split it into two. Because I don't particularly trust it. Let's make sure that no one can pass through. Just for soldiers, caravanserai, probably. Except wheat. And then a grenade for the blocks. It's gonna be the turn. When there's more than 8. They could technically carry more, but I just want to minimize the absolute terrible trips and the rest is fine. We could cut some of this food for better access for traders. But it's marginal difference, I think. How many people coming? Still quite a few. We could set up the sea trade with that. We could take the bailout then, maybe make the military later. First wheat. They want olives. Can make that. Just need a bridge. The bridge can be a low bridge, as long as we build it where we won't care. There are docks here for later, but I will put a dock here for weapons. What is it? There was a different trader, yeah, pottery and bricks. It's one trader, we can handle that in one dock here. So low bridge it is. Right there. I'll wait a 10 a little bit until we get some more labor. We also probably should build another set of temples soon. Depends where. We'll have a second block here, but don't particularly feel like putting that there. So I think what I should probably do is make these here. The military can still fit comfortably in here. Some olives from here. This is far enough or close enough that it will not cause inefficiency. We can just card it. split it in half. Because I don't particularly trust it, it's pretty far. Not pull one of the docks. Is there food? There is. Wanted to have two. I have to move the grenade in order to do that. It's fine, we can just move the Marston. Move the bath. Money. We can always take the payload. Let's make some Lararia. Could have been a house there, but we're in school. We need school. Add a form. Olives, let's open up. They're in Visium. Sell them olives. Took the bailout. Need some more money so we can build up the military. We should do that soon. Tempted for decorations, but I don't think I will. Need a theater, but this is a spot for an arena. So now it's time to move another temple. It's gonna be Neptune. Or what would I like more? Neptune or Ceres Grand Temple if I do make one? I guess Mercury is completely unnecessary, so we'll move Mercury. Because I haven't made a decision about the other ones yet. Not great to put that there, but we can always move it if I feel like it. Yeah. Are closing, it's time to build up the military. That is better. Closer here. That's right, Imperial requests, I always forget. Set up this stuff. I'm running on low notifications, but I should pull it. So, where is that? This is probably inverted. Because I had that on alerts, so I guess that means that. Okay. I think it comes with that as a vanilla setting. I don't think it should be a vanilla setting. Like if you install the Augustus, it will come as a preset, and I don't think that's a good thing. Because it lets you miss a whole bunch of stuff. Of this. Unemployment. How far is the prosperity? 1? That's terrible. It's gonna take a while. Produce more olives. Yeah, definitely. I think because of the greed, I just spent too much money, and now our prosperity is not great, even though I had been paying more wages. These can still deliver effectively, I believe. Just at the edge of efficiency. He came there and the production was done. That's good. Still a bit of unemployment. Probably should add another depot. Okay, I do need to exceed that. There's a mountain of olives, but I don't want to go into that right now because prosperity, we need to unlock workshops. The sooner we do that, the better. I'll check our savings. So there we go. Hey, quite welcome. Neptune's blessing is pretty huge. I hate them spawning on that tile. They could be so much faster if they spawn right there. I could try to fix them. It's like triple the delivery time. I know it seems a bit minor. Like I see people all the time having warehouse like here, but yeah, it can make a huge difference in throughput. We do need that second trader, but next year probably, unless I can get enough money. What does the economy about? We need to have a surplus this year. Last year was net -7. This year we have a surplus of 3. If I do spend it, it's gonna go over, so we shouldn't. If I want the prosperity to be attained fast, which I do. I might just build a fort instead. Oh wait. I think 1 fort is fine for the first attack. Or we could build a second one when the enemy is at the door, which would give us enough time. If we have 3 forts, we get money and timber. Okay, good. Cloud says R5 everything, Mike. Or is the game done quick just so much louder even on 10%? Yeah, I have it on like 5% volume. I'm not very far from my mic. I can adjust it. Is this better? But it's in the usual place. Maybe I have worse settings? That's better, okay. I think the direction in which I'm speaking matters a lot. It was a bit to the side before. Maybe that's why. December, we'll wait for January. We got 5 prosperity, good. Next year we should probably get the workshops. Let's do that, export them that. I know. We definitely don't want to make more pops right now. I do need jobs though. Start preparing some goods. Be producing pottery and bricks around here. Let's add a second fort first. Doing fine. It's weekend, which is good. Otherwise, nothing else really striking. How are you doing? Let's enable the second dock. I do want some infantry, but yeah, money is good. Let's clear some of this wood. We don't want to cut that. No, 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 no. No, sorry. Weekend is always good. I'm fine so far. Not working is always good. That summarizes how I feel, yeah. Really... I don't want to talk about work. But suffice to say, it's very demanding. Watchtowers or towers? I think towers. Watchtowers take 2 guards. And they do aggro. Waiting for the workshops, I shouldn't have been so greedy so early. But with this, hopefully unemployment's low enough where we won't have issues, although people are coming still. Are we producing enough clay? We should be overproducing it slightly, but I never really see a surplus. It does. It does indeed. Although at least in the new RC version we would already be able to make concrete and maybe make some simple monuments with this money, which is good because I will allow concrete makers without subsidy expiring in the newest version once we update. Hopefully this year we'll unlock it. If not, then we'll have some major fucking issues. Oh yeah, don't come here. Ah, great. This is what I needed, and we are at 10 exactly. Alright. Well, that's good. We need oil. Need that oil. Oil. And then we need bricks. I do not remember the ratios. I'd have to check. I think it's like 2 clay pits, 1 sand pit for 5 brickworks. We can likely support quite a few with that. Alright. And I would like to build a lighthouse. We need to import some stone. We'll make bricks. We need to get some timber. I need to write to Johan. I noticed a bug when you click through the things. It still has the visual bug of the rain progressing. Alright. Reported that. We need pottery. I'll make that here. Because I think this trade route buys it. As well. Yeah. I do need a second warehouse. Marble, stone, pottery. Get 4 bricks. How much money do we have? Let's open this. Export over 4. Export that. Capia? Build that, plus I want an oracle. We could do an infam if I feel like it. Would help the blocks here. Although it's a bit far. I think that's fine though. I do need concrete still, so I'll make that. This should really go a bit further. This is where we want to cut this. into pieces. Ratio of clay pottery is exactly 1 to 2 based on 9.6 respective 4.8 cartloads produced and used. Yeah, I know. It's pottery and clay is fine. I'm not really obsessed about that. I can use the extra yield. What is different is bricks. You can support with 2 clay pits and 1 sand pit. You can support 5 brickworks. I'm pretty sure I don't have the correct ratio here, but yeah, it's different for whatever reason. So I always forget. Silver stack, that's fine. It's ready for when we build the next block. I'll deal with it. Let's allow these people here. No problem, no problem. But I know what the pottery ratio is. The normal workshops are all the same. Some raw resources are produced a little bit slower, or a lot slower for gold, but generally the workshop goods are not really rocket science to figure out. Well, this right here. There you go. Wait for him to go away, otherwise he's gonna intercept some of our guys. There we go. We probably want a military academy, although our money is not great, probably due to imports. I'll build it. Not the elephant. It's a man-eating elephant. He ate many of our auxiliaries. It's fine. I know, you hate debts. It's fine. It's fine. I do want to build a fort of infantry. Probably not legionaries. Slow. But we could go auxiliary infantry. In a bit. Yeah, the blockade is hurting our economy because no sea trade can be conducted. At least the land trade should be decent. They don't want to buy any pottery. Have I designated it to be exported? Yes. Ah, they are full. That's why. We could build a better highway, but it's one trade route for line. It's not really worth to go full highway. One god is set, but they all have the same temples. They're just all getting irritated. I could build an oracle, because I don't really feel like building something dark side, something powerful. Yeah, I don't feel like building small temples. I do need to import a little bit of marble. She's just gonna hate that. I might just give this to the city. The blockade should wear off soon. Yeah, there we go. This should give us some money at least. Yeah, now we are trading. Can we sell the oil? Yes. Do it. I know you hate life. It's almost done. The first stage it is. I could delay this one. We do need timber in it. I'm gonna probably get timber in here. Let's send it. Okay, money's flooding back in from selling all that oil. Let's make the auxiliaries. Could probably get pottery to this block. Get our taxes there. There we go. That prefect is not gonna do his job, so let's make another one. It's pottery, now we need gladiator school. We don't have an amphitheater, so we're gonna have to go with an arena instead. And a lion house. I don't want to block it completely in though, because that is important. That's done. Nice. Could potentially build some oracles here to help offset the horrible undesirability. I just removed the road here, but whatever. Doesn't cost that much. Let's make it. Should be some extra labor and tax money. We can add a second block quite easily, and we will do so soon. I should probably produce some pottery around here for selling once we get some labor. Needs the engineering. Invasion's imminent. We do have better preparations this time. I'm not sure about this block's shape yet. Let's plan it. Don't think we should use that to be part of the layout. And I want to keep some space there for the defense. We should probably bring it closer. Cool rock. Do you want to put another one here? Probably, even though we still have the high ground as well. Food is stable. Could produce some more oil. Make a shortcut. More services. Needs to be reliable. I could cut this piece off just so that they have their own service. I should probably keep the road block the same color. It's not so cursed. Lighthouse being built, needs some timber. It's gonna take a little while to bring all the timber here. We could do so with a depot, but I think it's fine. Yep, we are getting timber now from salvage and some money. Which means I should probably add a second fort. Auxiliary infantry. Opening that water door later. Is it time to add a second block? It is. I will need an arena. It does not fit here. I could move the market. Structures to the Empire. You trade it, high meta, buys weapons and furniture. That's for processed goods. We could make some of that in a bit. That's not the correct formation. There you go. They need to be facing forward, otherwise they're not gonna benefit from the defensive bonus. Blockade, and we are almost done with the lighthouse. Yeah, I just need some more bricks. Fortunately, we did have enough money. The second squad is also being stupid. Okay. We do need some desirability here. We'll deal with that in a bit. Sorry for that. Thanks. I'm just getting back into it. Need some pottery. Food is being a little bit scarce now. We should plan for an expansion, and we can do so. There's actually a path right here. We don't need to use it. Would this even give me another farm? It wouldn't. So it doesn't matter. Therefore we can use it. As long as it doesn't inhibit any of these farms. Still goes here. We don't need to use every single tile of farmland maximally, like that's not needed, but obviously it would be good not to waste things. You are not an AI. Well, I guess such are these are the dark times. All right, some lower prices on processed goods. That's still fine. The oil money is still funding our state, so we are good. time to deal with this, maybe. This has been built, so I will cut this off. No. That. There you go. Hello, Jake, welcome. Syracusae, yeah. It is. It is Syracusae. You're right. It's very different, obviously. There are Carthaginian blockades and Carthaginian invasions, which are quite a bit tougher than the original Greek, where 3 Greek soldiers invade you, and maybe 5 of their best friends later, once you get to this other invasion. There is still not that much trade in terms of like how many trade rates. It's still quite early, but I mean there is a lot of money to be made. But the blockades mean that you do lose reliability on the sea trade rate throughput quite often before you build the lighthouse. Alright, I should probably fix this. Let's make sure that this is possible, otherwise I'm gonna forget. I probably will need more spots for services. I should build a forum here. We'll need a library later. Maybe a tavern. We'll probably need a tavern, meaning that this needs to go, which is fine. Here I can abandon these 2 temples. Yeah, because there is water here. Because in Julius you can't have water on high ground. In Augustus you can. Let's wait for the employees. Throughput? No, prices. And we need to allow the lighthouse keeper to take the timber. Should probably produce some pottery at this point. I'd like some more javelins. We could do bows instead to stagger the fire a little bit, because there is a significant amount of overkill, since they're not that great at not shooting once a target is already being reduced. If you stack just javelins, I think I'll make some archers. Hello, Johanna, welcome. But it was Peshirex who brought up that he hated the rain bug, so it's kind of strange that he's to blame for it. Shenby? I know. I know. This is one of the greatest things, but obviously it has balance implications, because like in the Julius, we often made the terrain so you cannot fit the forts easily, and I'm pretty sure the people who are making your maps for Julius nowadays are actually also adapted it to a point where they do that. So I'm pretty sure they wouldn't like it if you were able to do that. Although as a player it's amazing, obviously. As a map maker, in Julius it's very hard to make something that is a real challenge anymore at some point. kind of like to make this a little cursed loop. Like that. Maximize the space. That one feels a little bit too heretical. Yeah, this will work. Do need to put some decorations here. Let's do a library, it's nice. People love libraries. And then down here, is that 2 tiles away from this? Yeah, it is, so we can put that down there. We got some devolutions, it's probably temporary because of food supply, it's gonna get better. We don't want to cut this. That would not be good. It's impossible to make that farm there. So might as well make that one. A little bit of instability. We do have quite a lot of unemployment. Well, we do need to make more oil anyway. So let's do that, and then some more olives. This is not that close. Should be fine. You monster. I would never have such numbers, Jake. The man who's been sitting at like 60% a lot of maps because he can harvest taxes in Julius that way. Because the unemployment malice caps in Julius. I know. In Augustus, this is already quite dangerous territory. If I wasn't being so nice to my people, it would be a problem. This is a problem. They might revolt. Do we have issues with market pathing? No. It's just the fetching distance. I could replace a house with a market. If it persists. Although I do believe it should fix itself over time. Depends if we have it at time. We do have a lot of money, so let's pay people more money. So they shut the fuck up. And yeah. We probably want a granite sample. I cannot make it because it would block everything. The best place for it is here, but it's very far and I don't want to connect my whole city because of it. But we could make it. Are we allowing imperial requests? There we go. It doesn't need to be a ship's bridge. Let's build that, maybe some Nympha as well. It's pretty cursed. I'm just building it however I feel like, which is not great. But, it will work. Should have probably moved to the depots. Might as well do that. Because that's actually prime real estate for other buildings. We don't need depots when I'm getting it, I guess. Although it would be more reliable if I just get it. And we need to sponge a little labor anyway. Why not? Let's make it. This is gonna cease to become our building area, so we'll just accept more marble. Stone, pottery, that's fine. Timber, we don't need to get no, we do need to get timber because it's for the lighthouse. Nation, what is that huge building in a corner? It's a grand temple. These have been in the Augustus mod for years though, so maybe you aren't familiar with the version of Augustus from like years ago. Or maybe you're not familiar with Augustus at all, so if you are not, then obviously it wouldn't make any sense. It's a grand temple. Let's make this. But Augustus is a completely different game. No, it's because of the zoom. Probably. Because we can zoom. Stone, stew, timber. Bricks. Real annoying. I think I will just make a market here. Exclusively focus on wheat. There's a new walker, the robber.
Greetings. This is an okay greetings. Greetings.
A robber. New sprite. Yep, he stole money from the forum. It's fine. What is your major malfunction? They are not getting freaking wheat. It's right here. None of the markets have it. There are prefects. They are bringing food. I think it's distance. Right, I could make a shortcut by removing this market. Then obviously we would have to add another one. That one is not good because it's not... Yeah, we could do that. But that's a new market, so like, shouldn't really been a problem. I think the shortcut could have been good. Maybe. We'll see, give it time. I was hoping that time would stabilize it. Even this distance can be absolutely horrible for walking. They don't have anywhere else to go, so like that's not what's happening, but yeah. Now it's working, I think. Just need needs time, and the third market. And oversupply. Because if we stack it high enough, it will just always have food, which is super important. Are you building it, son? You are. Good. Oh, this doesn't have access to its middle tile. Oh, it's a shame. Just have to destroy that. Make an oracle instead. Still have quite a lot of fun employment. We could make weapons. There is not gonna be a highway because highway is pointless when there is only one land trade rate. We already have the highway where it matters, which is the immigration. We'll connect this because I want to direct delivery, I think. Just make sure it roadblocks. Do I have a... let's make a depot. Cut that off. Disable vine. Oh, it's a land trade, right? The one that buys weapons. Okay, but then we can just accept them here. Second type of food is needed. We will produce vegetables. Yeah, there is another market. We have 3 total. There is a little bit of a walk to the granary. Perfectly, there will be a shortcut here, but due to the layout, I couldn't have done that, so it has to be like this. Still need some desirability, but Venus Temple will solve all, I believe. We are approaching the final stage on it. Vegetables are coming. Probably a bit far from this destination to be fully efficient, but I don't think we care. We could care if it turns out that we can't produce enough, although it might be like borderline enough distance to still be fine. Could move this granary here. Fun employment, yes. What about oil? We could produce some more. Land traders can access this. We're not gonna sell furniture. I think someone bought more pottery as well. Was it a land trader? It is. I could produce more, because I don't think I'm producing enough. It's far enough away that they can return in time, except that one. That one is like 5% inefficient. Currently, the event window shows all events, even deleted ones, as total events. What would you prefer? Displaying active total events or only active? Event window. You mean in editor? Or what do you mean? In the editor. I would need to see what you're talking about, because like this I can't... I don't know what you mean. In the event window, it shows all events, even deleted ones. Well, the deleted ones get replaced when you add a new event though, right? So like, if you delete an event, then it stays there as like a thing, and then it goes away once you create a new event, it overrides that slot. Pretty sure that's how it works. Yeah, okay. Maybe I'm not getting exactly what you mean. It's possible. So we'll see. I should reduce this by a bit and add 4 wine. Like that. Vines. Can I produce vines? Yes. We should probably accept it here. Starting to have issues with supply. There you go. Now there's a tavern. Need a tavern here. Sure, it's vegetables, of course. I thought it would be enough, but you still do need a lot. Seems. We are lacking quite a lot of workers. I'll probably add that final block then. Gonna really struggle to put all the services here. If it's even viable, might just have to cut some houses from this. Need a lot of oil. Oil we don't have at the moment. I think Caesar's gonna have to be sad. I could make the oil for him. The server placement is disgusting, it is. But I don't know if I want to make it. I guess it could be one tile shorter and it wouldn't really hurt anything. Except the bathtub. We can fix that. This whole block is really disgusting, so like it's not really like this block is totally fine and like the reservoir was the only cursed thing in it. No, I think that there are some deeper issues with this thing. But it is using the space that's available to it. And you couldn't really fit much else here. So in my books, that's good. Well, good, it's justified. It's perfect. It's not quite the math block, but yeah. What does it want? Oil. Well, oil's gonna get there eventually. I could add another market. We've been paying high wages for ages now. And still overproduce olives, so good idea to add more oil production. Still insufficient. I could import food. I'm pretty sure there are some trade rates that would do that, but well, let's just produce it locally. It's fine, we have the labor. The roads are getting worse. What is this? It's gonna be fine. We didn't have fires or collapses so far, despite the roads being super cursed, so I think that our engineering has been very successful thus far. Regardless of how cursed it sometimes can look. More bricks. We already produce it. Oh yeah, this. Let's make the obvious benefit happen. Supply is looking pretty cursed, but should stabilize hopefully. The Venus should help. Bathhouse? Oh yeah, because we added that, now the 8 tile destinations are screwing with the Pathfinder. We could swap it with something. What about this temple? Will it work here? It won't. The tile is just fucked. Ah, that's good. I guess I'm gonna just delete a has. How far does this range? Unfortunately, none of these. Place a highway under the aqueduct. You mean here? Yeah, but that wasn't just why it was dysfunctioning. I'm pretty sure it would still be fucked like this. Yeah, it is. It worked before. It's because of this. Because the add tile destinations. That's how it works. That's why it's screwed. It's fine. We can deal with it. Here it will function. And here it will function. Could have been a market if there's still instability, but they're looking fine. If peace is the last thing to achieve, then we are as fast as possible. Prosperity is gonna rise. Surely we have the cap for it. 74. And we need 75. Yeah, I just need to evolve some of these. I could designate a market for goods. Just don't even try to get anything else done goods. Thinking about moving the gladiator school, like down here. Okay, all Grandinsola, all on the high ground. We didn't use the patrician high ground. We could, but we already are over the population requirement by 600. the auxiliary infantry is really shit. It just completely disintegrated. I should probably feed them extra food types, which is the only thing I can do to give them a slightly more morale. But we could replace them with legionaries, but problem with that is they would not be close enough to reach most fights. Like that fort would not go here in enough time to fight this. The benefit is obviously legionaries are like miles better than auxiliaries, but we just need them to be a speed bump, really. And we could always add tars, like I did here, because this is good. It peppers them once they approach. Horses? Horses. No. I'm sorry, I love myself. I'm not a horse lover. And I do believe that it is by far the worst unit in the game. It still is, especially on maps like this. Like, you would think that, oh, I need to react, maybe the horse would be good because it can travel faster from point A to point B. Yeah, but if it goes there and it's so shit it dies faster than anything else, that doesn't really help you, because you need staying power. Like, you see the fights. Because of the PAL thing, we always have the fight when we have units back here. The reaching it is not that big of a deal. It would be if I was using legionaries, but horses themselves would not help. It is the Reconquered campaign, yes. Hello, Flaswalk. Just gonna wait for victory now. We could just stockpile some oil for Caesar. Syracusae. Horses are kamikaze. Yeah, and in Julius it had its use, but in Augustus there is a chain route mechanic. If your units die, the enemy gets a morale bonus and you get a morale penalty. So your units will run away faster, and it can happen where it just completely shatters your army. While, you know, encouraging the enemy to push on despite losses. Should we improve the city, or shall we go on? How long has this been? 2 hours. I've been playing leisurely pace. Alright. If you attack from behind with the horses, they're twice as good. Twice as good if they're still shit is just 2 shits.
Once again, you have bested the enemies of Rome.
While I could have an actual unit instead. So that still doesn't math. Especially on maps like this. Mediolanum, you could use them. Because there is a bunch of what did I say? Open terrain. But when the defenses are so cramped, it doesn't make much sense to do that. Anyway, I don't know if you want to play Miletus. I kind of feel like playing Tarsus. But we could do something else, I don't know. Yeah, we are done. It was fine. I think I should look at the city. Do we have an autosave? We don't. Well, that's fine. I should enable autosaves. Where is this? I'm not an affiliate, so I can't have polls. But we could do some kind of vote. Like, what would you like to see me play? I don't know. I don't have any strong feelings, particularly. I feel like Tarsus is fine. It's not a heavy military map. Maybe you should play something with more military action than Syracusae was. Hellish Vistas, no. I mean RC. This casual is suggesting the worst map ever. I'm afraid the answer is no. Tinges. I don't know if I played the new Tinges with a different farmland. It's possible I haven't, which means I should probably test it. It's not a particularly interesting scenario though, since in OG Tinges was always my least favorite map, and I think that in RC, like, it's obviously way better, but it still isn't that interesting. Letitia's got a lot of military. Could do Letitia, I guess. Caesaria's fine because of the import food only thing. That's not the late game. I'm not sure if I feel like playing any of these because these take ages to do. Like 3-4 hours. So any suggestions? What should we play? Can I just check something in the meantime? Do Tarsus. Got stuck there, okay. Was it because of the temples, or
Historical background.
why did you get
Tarsus has been settled
stuck?
for over 6,000 years, starting
Can only build
in
10 small temples, which is 2
Six
sets.
played a key role as a trade hub.
All mining, and we get +1 every 2 months from all kinds of resources for the first mine we built. It's too slow. The key is because you can only have 10 small temples and you need concrete for making large ones or oracles. That means that if you exceed population of 1500, then you will have gods curse you, and you might not be in a position where you have unlocked concrete yet, which means that you need to use either a small block at first or use Lararia or altars. It's expensive, but you can squeeze out some extra coverage. Alternatively, in the newest version that will be done next month, I do plan to add concrete functionality to all maps even before you unlock the subsidy, because it is a little bit gamey to have to plan around the concrete so much. I think you should be allowed to do that now in basically all maps, because you can import expensive resources, that's fine, you don't need workshops for that, but the concrete is a hard lock. Anyway, Tarsus, we have the invasion points here. The map is not spectacularly focused on military, that is just small attacks. There is a lot of fishing, that's our only food source. We do obviously have imports later. There's a lot of sea trade, which means that we want docks here. There are a lot of different dock spots, but these should be the best ones, because the ships arrive and then they leave as fast as possible. If it's like here, that's marginally more efficient. Maybe this one is. Like, that's a very good dock, obviously. The problem with it is it can only be one dock. So if you can split it, like, obviously you could make one trade route go there and the other ones elsewhere, but we predominantly trade the same resources, meaning there isn't much in terms of trade route differentiation, so you will often want one big trading area instead of having several small ones. But also twisted up with the trade distribution setup, crazy mining. Yeah, there is a lot of mining in the hills, and you do want to kind of set up concentrated places and this map specifically, it makes you realize that, or it should make you realize that the different delivery distances for different resources, because of their production rates, are, you know, different. So like if you build a gold mine here, it can effectively deliver like here without issues. But if it's iron, it can only deliver like here. Otherwise it's gonna reduce its efficiency. And so you can plan the mining with that in mind. Like some areas can use gold and cart it long way, but you don't want to allow the connections to places that produce resources that only can travel short distance. Plus we also want to build this as a shortcut, because this is bad. It can work, but I prefer the better setup. We'll be placing warehouses here. It's gonna be a land trade center. In terms of blocks, there, patricians, and there for plebs. We could always build something here. Usually I did something like maybe Grand Temple, something like that here. Oh yeah, first let's go into our advisor, reduce our salary. One, two road. That fits an aqueduct here quite comfortably. We could also do a T-shape if I feel like it. I do kind of feel like it, but water is gonna be a nightmare if I do that, because it needs to come from here down here, and this has to go up because of this jutting out section. So I think that we won't do that. Is this good enough? It is. I find this very tricky. No problem. It is sort of in the middle of the campaign, so it's a bit advanced. Hello Turgan, welcome. But I would say there is still a lot of money to be made. Like the main obstacle actually on this map usually comes from late game. The prices for certain goods, like this is vanilla, it's gonna change. Wine, oil, pottery, furniture, all these consumer goods you need are quite expensive, but you can make a shit ton of money from the mining, so it kinda depends if your economy is strong enough for that, because you have unlimited taxes, you can also make quite a lot of money from that. But if you're struggling with the early game, then the temples and the mining are the things to focus on, and then the late game comes naturally. I will, in a second. First we need the housing. I was curious if this would work if I make it longer. It does break a little bit. It could break more. But this would still cover all the houses actually. Unless there... no. It would still cover them unless there is one like there. Yeah, well this will work. Let's try to do this. How much was that? 11, yeah, then that means that that cannot be there. Now, I already know when planning this that we will have to use the Lararia for the religion, because we will be over the cap for the small temples. But I can handle it. I think I can handle the cost. Just what's important is doing it consciously with it, like rather than incidentally. We should add extra houses here. You don't have to place the in-block roads since you have the force merge setting on. No, they would disappear before my people get here. I'll place the services once people move in, because right now I don't know where I want that. So we could scam the wages again. Saves a couple of hundred dinar. They won't disappear anymore. Huh? You sure about that? If it costs me money, I'm gonna be mad. Just so you know. What? Am I in the overlay? Oh, I'm in the overlay, okay. No disappearing. Alright. Stand corrected, that's new then. We won't... I can't place that because it would screw that. I need 3 prefects, maybe 4. We'll just have to make some in unfortunate places. For the bath, we need the water. They have not disappeared, as I said. Stand corrected. See, you changed that. That's fine. It was kinda annoying anyway. Didn't really serve much of a purpose, apart from being annoying. Don't mind. Brokers, let's take a look. Gold, iron and stone. Trade center here. This should be iron. There are gonna be patricians here later. So the road, I could use this actually because, well, the military is gonna be here, but I don't need to block this because the enemies are so pathetic. I can probably just smash them. Wherever they invade from. And we should probably make some gold here. This, along with the bonus, is enough gold. There are gonna be some wharfs for selling fish, and we need a highway, so we should keep those things in mind. Iron or stone, doesn't matter. Let's make stone. Gods are getting mad, and people are probably getting mad as well from the wages. People are extremely pleased. Well, they are not getting paid any wages, so I guess they're gonna get mad eventually. I need to figure out if I want to waste space with temples inside the blocks, and I might. Because there is more than enough space, I think, for all the services. This is a desert, so obviously water is a little bit worse. But obviously, you shouldn't really let that dictate your block design, because that's fountain costs almost no labor. Unless someone makes a map which makes the fountains with model data in editor cost like 300 workers, then it would care. We should pay people actual wages soon. There are some resources. Let's open that trade rate. Sell them gold, sell them iron, sell them stone. Should figure out where we want to place the mining for iron. It could be around here, I suppose. We do also want fish, but we still want some mines first. If the warehouse is here, that should be pretty good. Four, 5, 6. people wages because otherwise they're gonna get mad. We do need the prosperity. Next up we should do fish. We still can take the bailout, so we should use that to open this. Could produce marble to sell as well. This is still close enough where marble can be delivered. Pretty sure. No depots needed.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Should be able to still get some food production with that, but first we need money. There you go. Now it's viable to open the second trade route. It's July. Considering it. It's 800. I think I will do it. How's the iron looking? That is iron being transported. Over there. Shall we go for it? Some gold. There's a road behind one of the marble quarries. Cartouches might spawn there. You're right. Thank you. If I open it, it will probably cripple my prosperity growth, which I don't want. But if there's stuff to sell, maybe it's no actual problem. There's 3 gold to sell, there's a bunch of stuff there. I'll go for it. Perfectly, I would already start selling the fish as well, but we do need a shipyard. I want to keep some space here because of the future workshops or such. How far is the fish? Let's not accept fish in here. I'm tempted to build a highway, but we should consider that. The hell, it's October. I'm hoping we can get some new traders from the new trade route to buy some of this marble. So many colors. They bought the marble. Good. Next, we should probably develop this island for fishing. Although we should be considering where we build a bridge, because if it's a low bridge, it will block pathing. And that can be fine, but it could also be a problem. I'd really rather it be a ship's bridge, but that's diagonal, that won't work. This is fine, because they go there anyway. These will want to go there. That's lengthening the path a little bit, but I think that's acceptable. I don't want to spend a ridiculous amount of money on this, but... Oh, maybe we should... Let's wait, it's December. Let's take a look. What is our money? We did spend a lot more than we made, obviously, but first year we made 5k. That's ridiculous, because of the gold. Our prosperity is not gonna grow by a huge amount. But let's wait, we shouldn't go into debt this year, or even take the bailout, even though there is money to be just taken from Caesar. These are marble. 50%, yeah, they can return in time. It can even be a bit further, meaning these could still be efficient. It's January, let's make that to prosperity, let's get those wharves. Supply hub should be here. We should shorten the path here, like so. Let's wait with the markets. Could have added more houses to this block. But, it's probably fine. I could move that bathhouse, make 2 more houses. I think that might be worth it. One, 2. That can be a house. expand the highway a little bit. These are rocks, right? I could have been doing some mining here. It's whatever. We don't need the pity rocks. Fish. Where's my fish? It's probably producing. We are selling it, good. Any overproduction, just gonna go straight to the main granary. I do need more god worshipping garbage, so I think it's gonna have to be spamming Lararia. It's interesting to maybe make a shortcut for the granary here, although it really doesn't matter because I think I will be using a highway here, so the sourcing shouldn't be a problem. That gives us some extra capacity, not much. That's why feeding is a bit of a problem, because it will push us past the point where I can sustain this easily. Caesar wants stone, and I don't produce enough of that. I could store it. Probably gonna do that. So it's not all of our export. Some fish being brought. It's July. We do hope that it's gonna be probably 2 years for my prosperity to get to where it needs to be. But we do have a decent amount of money, so we could just make some kind of holy corner. And I think I shall do that. There's food, but again, feeding is a bit of a problem. Let's wait for next year. Hello, Gigi, welcome. Complex question. Work and general life, not great, but figured I might as well get some practice for Caesar, because at the end of the month, Johan said that there is gonna be the update I've been waiting on for a long time, so I can finally get to work properly on the next RC update. How are you doing? Enemies are distant. I'm not super worried. I could already build up some infrastructure. I broke my elbow in two places a week ago. So in pain. That sounds horrible, especially because with a broken elbow it's probably not possible to play Caesar, which means your life is absolutely ruined. I don't know how you can even human. But no, it's seriously all the dishes so that you can get better. That sounds really painful. Let's make this a supply hub for the soldiers. I can believe that. Barracks, and let's make a fort of javelins. I'll keep this 1-3 so I know where the border was. February, what is our prosperity? 8. We need another year. But now I can do this. Let's feed people. Let's build another block and put down those small temples. I'm gonna be using 3 markets. We're gonna be using a highway. School and a theater. There's a shit ton of iron. I probably do want to add a depot. I'm gonna have a full highway. There's a rock there, so we can't build it like I want to, but it's whatever. Gonna have some desirability issues here. Crassus, we have a deal. We need to decide what do we do, and we have some options. We'll build a caravanserai. Storage for timber, bricks, and timber, bricks, and stone. pathing here is really cursed. He does not go there. I could just make a roadblock here. Hopefully it fixes him. It does. Give these people a form. These are a problem. Not sure how I'm gonna fix that yet. Probably decorations obviously, but I'm not sure about the block shape. That being said, I do need to build the next block shape, even without filling it in, because we want to have a place where we can build those next 5 small temples that we are allowed to make. And they need to be in a place where I can benefit from them actually being in a block. So I don't have to bother with building large temples for my plebs. This cliff is kinda in the middle of my spaghetti. Curse block, let's go, yeah. It's gonna be truly one of the blocks of all time. I think I could obviously build this one, but that's a coward's option because it's just nice and relatively normal. While this one is just, why can't you be normal like all the other blocks and you look back in the car and screams at you in demonic voices? Okay, let's make it. Yeah, it's exactly where you would want the thing to go. Okay, in that case, maybe it would be best if we just kind of go with it as a guideline. Is this a good amount of tiles? It is. What say you? You say this is fine. It does waste space a little bit because there is this and this and this, which is kind of unusable, but this is really in such a place where it's very hard to make use of in other ways. I could have built it like this instead, and it can work, but this is all, it's gonna constrain the width. It's always gonna be cursed. So I think that this works. We will have a third block here, and we can use the outlying areas for something else, which I consider acceptable. We could also make this, maybe. How would you react to that? Fucked. You know, it can work. It's not always. Yeah, it can, but it can break. I guess I'm gonna accept that we will have to juggle. But I want to build the Venus temple in such a place that I'm sure that it will cover everything. The rest of them I don't really particularly care about. But Venus is important. Shorten on the right side, wasting one house and therefore probably have stability. You mean this? I do free up this for an extra house. And there is a tile. You are right. Eagle eye. It's still not like super reliable, but it will work. Much less than before. No, I think it still breaks often. There's been nothing done with the 8 tile distance recalculation. It still can happen. Maybe you were just lucky. But I was building blocks like this for a long time. It's not like this is new to me. I just prefer when I'm showing people how to play the game I'm usually not building this because it's not something that newcomers can troubleshoot easily. Reason being, if it breaks, they don't know why. I know why, I can fix it, but they probably can't because it requires understanding the age-tile distances in such a way that new players can't. And so this is the natural evolution. Obviously, that's why the maps are like this. That's why 22x6 itself, like brain-dead 22x6, is not good. It's not even the most efficient. But it's very easy for newcomers to understand. And that's why this isn't something I could teach to a new player. And I shouldn't. It is there, you know, but I think that it's not a reasonable starting point for most people. Stability is relative. Yeah, I guess it might be slightly better than it was before. Let's just secure it against fire, then we'll fill this in later, because I'm not actually building this for housing workers yet. I'm just building it for the temples. And knowing how my expansion is gonna look like. Just accepted my fate of walking by huge rock formation and losing space. Yeah, that rock is a bit evil, I will admit, because it's like exactly where your normal block would fit and it doesn't. You could still do it, like accept that your edge is this, basically, and make the block that and lose the side space. You can do that, but because of the side space is super important, I generally don't feel like that's worth it. This is worth it. But it will require, like, it could break. There's no guarantee that it won't. But it's probably manageable. Let's make some more altars. It's like 100 extra population covered by the for all the gods. We'll fix these guys at some point. I should probably lower to 6%. Next year we should unlock workshops. I do still want to build a highway here. What is this year's profit? 800. Yeah, I shouldn't build a highway. It's August already. Okay, good. We are building this. Do have quite huge unemployment. I'd like to make some stone, but I'm not sure if I can afford the expense without ruining my prosperity gain this year. Depends if they buy some garbage.
I love coming here. Business is going very well.
Let's check the water. They bought all the iron. They could buy more gold. Which is tempting. There's this trade route, which is also nice. I could definitely sell more marble. Oh, the highway station is terrible. I'm not gonna build it. I refuse to build it unless they rebalance it. No! You can't make me. I can run forever. Okay. No, This is a philosophical boycott, okay? I'm refusing to build it unless you fix it and make it actually worthwhile making. So it's not about even like, oh, I need prosperity. I do need prosperity, so I can't afford to build random garbage. But, okay, fine, I'm gonna build it, but... Oh no, it requires stone and sand. I can make sand, right? Yeah. Okay, fine. Sure. People demand it. They're outside my windows shouting with torches that they want to see the highways. I'm gonna just cave. I don't think I can deny you the pleasure of seeing it any longer. Sure. This is bad. Why are you doing that? Oh no, they are just turning. I was thinking they are going to the block for some reason. That would be terrible. I would like to replace maybe some iron mines with something else, but once we unlock workshops I can make weapons, which is why the surplus will be nice. Just wait. November. And we could definitely afford to make some more gold. I might actually do that right away. Is this fine? It says it's fine. I'm gonna trust it. My warehouses never looked so nice. I'm not sure they're nice. I'm just building what works. But I do like to plan a lot with where they can go and where they can't. For educational purposes, it would be for educational purposes to not build it because it's bad for you to build it. So it's kind of the opposite. It's like the cringe purposes. It's like, here, look at this monstrosity. I'm gonna run a circus and the highway station is gonna be right there next to the bearded women and the dwarves. People are gonna pay me 10 cents to look at it. January, okay, we did unlock workshops. Let's take a look at the highway station. Highway station, 200. So it's not a monument, it can just be built and it will work. It will consume stone and sand. I do like to keep this for other things. So if we do build it, I think we build it here. Does it collapse? It can collapse, but it cannot burn. Well, that's kind of retarded because if it needs engineering, then it needs a prefect because the engineer itself needs a prefect. So like, making it be able to do one doesn't mean it's actually like impervious because you still need both. We already had this discussion with something else. Not sure what that building was, but I think it was in the Architect's Guild. Anyway, let's make it. Yeah, I'm not an affiliate, so there's no channel points, no channel emotes, nothing like that. I do technically, I'm eligible for an affiliate, which is, that's being paid by Twitch to do this, or like being a streamer that has revenue. I can't do that, so just whatever the channel is, it can't be monetized that way. Even though technically I got an exemption, and I think that it could apply to that. Regardless, I don't want to get into that right now. We do need to make some sand, so let's make some sand. And accept it. Oh, the highway station takes from camps. Is this the setting? Or who gets the stuff? Dispatched by work. Oh, it fucking destroys my work camp efficiency. That's another reason why not to build it. I don't like that. Especially because I can't tell a specific work camp maybe do the autism and this one shouldn't do the autism. No, they are all gonna do autism because of reasons. Okay. Honey, it's time to build a highway station. Yes. It's there. Do you see it? Do you see it? I've built it. Needs a work, yeah. I despise that on so many levels. It's fucking retarded. The city would be better not having it, by the way. It's fine, I should stop complaining, but I really hate things like this. Yeah, but then why, like, will I actually see them use the bonus at all? Maybe not. We did unlock workshops. Let's do that. So we need some concrete because I need to build some monuments. I will need water here later anyway, so I guess I might as well make this. Workshop concrete. Yep. 2. 2 seems good. It's not gonna run all the time, so 2 sandpits should be fine. Maybe we want 3 for the stupid highway station. Then I want to build some oracles. Let's build 1 to start. Maybe 2. We do need to produce more marble. Marble is not gonna be efficient if I build it here. It's too far, but we can make a separate layout, and that's fine. We will need more labor soon, which is good. I do want to have a reason to make it. I will need water. I would like to have dual houses on this side, but that's gonna be really hard to do. When I made this like that, I could shorten it by tile and then bring an aqueduct through. Maybe. There is enough space back here. So far you clarified on the 1 point why it's bad. I think it doesn't do anything yet. No, it does. It consumes stone and sand, and it makes the maintenance of highways levy on them lower. And it makes new highways cheaper, but it needs to be stocked for it to work. And I already built most of my highways. I'm not an enjoyer of building highways in the middle of nowhere just because highway go brr haha reasons. So I build them when they pay for themselves or they are vital for supply. But I'm not gonna build them in the middle of nowhere. So I'm not gonna be building many new highways, so that point is kinda useless. Building it this early would not have been possible because, well, the sand and stone are its labor. It's better tied into selling stuff so I can get money so I can actually play the map instead of maybe making one thing slightly cheaper. And the levy is like, how much am I gonna save by this? It's like my levy is 1,000, but it's temples and military and other stuff. So like total, I might save, I don't know, what is it? It's like 2 per 4 tiles of highway. Maybe I have like 30 tiles. Maybe I save 40 denarii monthly on upkeep. But I have to pay 12 workers for it, and I need to pay 10 workers here, and then I need to pay another 20 workers here, so it even works. So, you know, and the more highways you have, the more it consumes the resources. So, the math ain't mathing on that one, Sherlock, and I'm not gonna apologize for that. And I generally don't like when things are added like this when they have no backing, you know. It's not very well considered. You save 0.5 denarii per 4 highway tiles, not 1 denarii. Then it's even worse. Okay, we still have labor. I should probably add weapons industry. Oh boy. That's not great. I could just add some workshops here. It's gonna be a little bit cursed. And by a little bit, I mean a lot, but yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be just fine. What about the engineer? Does he go down there? He does. This thing should not allow walkers on it. It's causing spaghetti. I don't want to build that road because whatever I build here is gonna get fucked. I'm just gonna have to hope that pure copium that this will work, and I think that it will. Just make sure. We'll bring the weapons. What can accommodate weapons? 12, 12, which means 8. That's fine. The ox can unload faster than the caravans can take, so it should be fine. From 3 to 1. And there's more than 4. What about food? It's not looking very good. I think I need to expand production. I did also build the highway station where I should have had something else. Well, let's just use the second fishing island, I guess. It's gonna have to be a low bridge, right? It is, and it goes here. Should be fine. That one is cursed because of the diagonal. Make the bridge a roadblock. Need some depots. Also, we need a path here. There are gonna be some wharves here, I guess, so maybe we do as a daisy chain here. There you go. We should have marker signs for the map, so Mara can out a big sign over that with written cursed. Add it to the do list. Well, it's just for consideration, but maybe if we didn't build a highway station on top of a native burial ground, we wouldn't have seen so many native children ghosts. But that's just a suggestion. But no, I do say that my stuff is cursed all the time. Like this. So cursed is just, you know, special. That doesn't mean... Sometimes cursed has a good reason. Although I do believe that the highway station being cursed does not have a reason. It's just not conceived well. Because it doesn't apply on most situations as it should. And that's a balancing issue. It could be balanced, obviously, like... Maybe there should have been some testing, maybe there should have been some questions instead of hype, let's add random garbage and hope it works kind of situation. But I'm glad people work on the game, that's all I'm gonna say. Maybe you should build a highway. No. Even though we don't care much about overspending right now. We do need to save up for a new block though. We should open this trade road though. Do we have the resources to sell? What's the month? April. I think it will pay for itself this year. Export weapons. I should also check my savings. Hype keeps the community alive. Yes. But there's a middle ground. You could add things that are already tested. And that's not killing hype. It might kill hype for whoever made it. That's possible. Counter argument. I still don't think that's really a good trade. Do I allow sand? I do. I guess we are still filling the concrete, right? No, there is already sand now. Highways in the city, monthly consumption. So now if I want to build a highway, it costs me half. Yes. Might as well, I guess. Hey, we got some use out of the thing. That's great. If I want to use this fish, I need to move it though. Which I will. Did we make the gold? I wanted more. Oh yeah, more gold is done. Invasion imminent. I would like to add a unit of swordsmen. Could have done legionaries, but eh. What about stone? Are we producing more somewhere? We are not, so we should probably do that after we get the block set up, because otherwise our precious highway station might churn through the stone, because we are now also selling more of it. Yeah, it ran out of stone. Need marble. I need to enable... Yeah, I forgot. Let's do that. I see, and admire today the highway station will be essential to every city. Maybe as shit as it is right now, but preferably better than currently. It is... There is some consideration though, because like, it's okay if it's not... If it's not great, on every map. But currently, how it is, it's like, it needs to be a pretty specific map where it's actually worth it. Like most of the time, you would be better off spending those workers on something else. And that's not a good balance, I think. It should be that not all maps are great for it. Obviously, some maps don't have highways, or they don't need highways because you have like one trade route for land. In which case, who would even build this thing? Or if your marble, or marble, if your stone or sand is imported and it costs like 300 denarii, then obviously, no. But currently, it really does not, even on maps that do have a lot of highways. I struggle to see the value. Because it needs to have a very lengthy trade path. It needs you to build it pretty early. It needs access to stone and sand, which you cannot sell. It just consumes it. And it makes highways 50 denarii cheaper and a little bit cheaper on upkeep. Okay. But it's like rarely that big of a deal, I feel like. You have devolutions? Yeah, we do. This new fish should help. We just need to wait a little bit. But people are mad. I could maybe pay them slightly more money so they should fuck up. Why is there gold here? Retaining, go away. I always misclick it for some reason. I'm not sure if they're gonna take it. I could just make you get gold. Yeah. Good. Marble. Yeah, I mean, we can probably store it. What should we do? Remove levies completely and greatly reduce the consumption? No. Levies completely removed is not good. I think that it's good balance that there are still some levies left. What I would do is I would reduce the consumption dramatically. But more than that, I would also give you an option here. And you could say, oh, just use money instead of resources. Using resources would be cheaper to do. But you could use money instead. Which means that even maps that have no stone or terrible prices, you could use money to use it instead. And then the price, 50% discount is fine. The reduction on levy is fine. But the resource consumption is not, because this is the whole idea. It needs to justify itself. Plus, the other thing, I would make work camps be able to either say supply highway stations. Here, you could say supply highway stations or work on monuments, and you could tell work camp to do something or not. Yeah, something like that. So that even, because some maps have sand that costs like 300, 400 denarii. In which case, this ratio is completely ridiculous for that. And there are not insignificant amount of maps that don't have one or the other resource and you need to import it, and those imports can cost like, very costly. So like, if you want to see this building used, I think that it needs to be changed so that you do have an option to pay with money instead of resources. And you could also make it like, cost money and more workers, and or you use the resources and cost less workers. So it's up to you what option do you use. And depending on the map, obviously. I want a big pond, I think. Food should be better. It will be. Just needs a little bit of time. We have money, so we should probably go ahead and do something like that. Imperial requests. There you go. Send it. Should fill in this housing area now. Thing is that with money it's easily usable since you can just build it, turn on the money, wait until it activates and just put it into your highway and delete it afterwards. Yeah, so in order to make that work, what I would do is it would show you that it needs to work a certain amount of time before you can apply the bonus. So that would be like 3 months that you would need to maintain production or upkeep before it gives you the bonus, and it would tell you in the tooltip. If you don't care about that, then we can already do that. Like I just gave it 1 piece of sand and I gave it 1 piece of stone, and then I did the thing, saved like 1,500 denarii, and then I could delete it. The exploit is still possible even with this function as it is right now. You just have to give it 1 card of each, and that's not really like a huge issue. So fundamentally it's exploit proof. It's not gonna be increased by making it cost more workers and money. It's just the resources are fundamentally the same issue. If I have them locally, just give them 1 card of each, do the thing, remove it. Which is what I should have done, by the way, because it's not good. Let's make some services so people don't randomly explode. Only the sea trade roads are left. We could still sell a lot more stone. I'm just not making nearly enough. So once we get labor, I'll make that. There's the caravanserai. I'll wait for the labor. Hard bargain. We'll lose some favor. That's fine. Exports, for sure. Could probably sell more. Now, we do have access to everything for building a grand temple. And Mercury might make a lot of sense on this map because we have only low ground houses. So Plaza's good and the trade would be amazing. Venus is good for patricians and the plebs for desirability and entertainment. So like, I could see a reason for both. I think I might go Mercury first on this map. I do kind of want to build it here, but it's not like completely safe. So we should probably build some defenses. And there's gonna be an attack. But we have the money, let's make it. Some more oracles so the gods leave me alone. Probably towers, not watchtowers, because aggro. And you should probably sprinkle in some archers, because archers are good for staggering the fire, so you can dispatch them faster. That's a lot of money we just spent on things, but should be fine. I don't have a military academy, which is something we might want to add as well. Food is nice now. We should water these people. Could be a house here. feed them. First we should probably set up that stone. Could be that we bring it from up here. This still doesn't feel super reliable, so I might just double up on the services. It's a bit wasteful, but it's better than having random explosions. Is it too rough to log highways behind a highway station? It is. You might not want to build it, and most of the time you won't. And then you have maps that have no local sand, no local stone. Sand can cost like 500 denarii to import. And it's a map where you are needed to make highways for the trade to be profitable. And those maps exist, and there are quite a few of them. And now if you make this change, all these maps are gonna have significant issues because, well, now you can't get the highway station easily and you can't get the highways. So you're stuck and your economy sucks and there's just nothing you can do. So I don't think we should do that. Stupid crime. Parrot. I'll give them food soon. Because they're whining. Can we use the labor? We do have 4,500, so possibly. Could set up the sea trade with that. Do we have the food surpluses? Yeah, it's fine. Add that. Give them some extra decoration. Seleucids. I remember there being Numidians. Am I wrong? Seleucids. Maybe I'm wrong. Don't remember too well. Stupid zebras. Fortunately, the Seleucids are made of wet blankets, so you can just mow them down anyway. But you can still strangle someone with a wet blanket. So shouldn't underestimate them. If they come in enough numbers, they can do some damage with the javelins. Food is here. Let's get school, theater, and we should really aim for employing these people. I should do some more sea trade, but our resources are kind of depleted a lot of the time. I feel like we are not producing enough of them. I could produce marble and pool it into this one. We can sell a lot of marble, right? Yeah, we could start with marble. Mass produce it. Do we also sell gold? Yeah, we do. I'll allow a little bit of gold here. You just need to not be frustrated, because sometimes you can just see like, oh, I can't put this because of the corner, and yeah, the cliffs are a bit strange, but you do just you see how the mines are developed. Like it's not really that difficult. You just go with what works, and then we still have a lot of mining places we could use. I will probably develop most of them, but it's possible that I'll just leave some stuff to exist. I could also move this highway a little and use this for mining if we feel like we need that. Once we see a build up here, then I'll make the docks, move those resources from here to there when there is a surplus to supply it. With food, this new block is demanding. That school is bad. We need to move it. Fine. We might want to add more fish. So this, I think the highway station has to move. And I don't... I'm sorry, I don't like the highway station. But I already knew that, and I suspect you knew that I wouldn't like it as well. But you still wanted me to build it, okay. Let's just make it here, I guess. Oh, I can only have one. Why would I want... I wanted to move it. Right. I do need to build the things. and the rock camps. I mean, we could make the rock camp again for it. I really don't want to make another one for it. Maybe. Is this gonna be fine? It is, right? It's gonna work. Oh, I'll build it, but I really don't like it. Feels terrible to make, which is sad to say because most buildings you're kind of excited about. It's sort of a milestone with the cringe station. It's just I could have been building so many other things and I would be much better off. Why do I make this? Why? Because of the cringe station. Because people demand to see it. That's why. There can only ever be one. But with the context of the highways, I'm not convinced that it's like the Death Star, or if you just let people build more than one highway station, it would threaten the balance of the known universe. I'm not convinced by that argument. It's like when one is shit, maybe having two is, it's even surer. It doesn't really do anything. I get why you wouldn't, because it would consume resources for virtually no benefit, and if it could stack, then like reducing lava to nothing seems like a recipe for disaster as well. So no problems with that really there. I only wished I could move it instead of going into the menus and building it, because I use the copy and I couldn't copy it because I can only have one. That's why it was annoying. So even going into the menu looking for this thing is not good. Let's make some more decorations for these people. We could build some nympha or something up here. People hate where they live. Might give them an amphitheater here. Gonna need that later anyway. We'll want to give them pottery at some point, but I think it's still not viable. How much does it cost to import clay? Oh, those prices. Pottery costs $264 to import. Clay is 148. It's still worth it to make our own pottery. How much clay is there on the market? 50 from Corinthus. We need to open a sea trader for that. So I'd like to see resources piling up. There's marble in surplus, so we could already do that. Alright. Nuke Mother Nature first, as it is a morally good act to absolutely hunt every single shrub and plant to fucking extinction in this game. Bridge here. Yeah, might as well. Docks. Here. Trade center. It's gonna be a bit cursed because of how they are. I could make something like this. And then absolutely make sure that the only tile that can be spawned on is that. This should work reasonably well. We'll need processing for pottery. Maybe make some bricks as well. And I'll roadblock these sections. This should be good enough for that. Workshops for bricks. Make something like 3. Single sand pit. Just turn them off there. Some gold a little bit later. And we should probably import the clay. Well, I'm gonna wait for resources to be here, and then we'll set up a chain with getting bricks to our monument construction industry. Accept bricks and pottery. Set up a warehouse. Let's open this trade route. What are they? They do also buy fish. Alexandria, it could sell us wheat. The fish here is close, so it will need a granary, I think. And then we'll just use some of that to feed into the trade here. And feed our main block with that as well. Even though I might just want to pull it here so that it can daisy chain back, because it feeds the military and the military starts to demand quite a lot of food, I think. Granary 4. There we go. It's gonna be better. Explosion. Ah. Unreliable, because we built stuff and it hates it, so that's fine, I guess. Thanks. Oh boy, okay. I can send them gold, sure. We do need to produce more. We still don't make enough gold. But all the sites are relatively far at this point. I could connect into this one, make gold there, I suppose. But I thought I added enough. We do have quite a lot of gold mines, but I guess we also do just export a lot of gold. Why don't we make some here, I guess? Move the highway. I'm gonna have to place the mines first.
Good day to you. Can I interest you in some top quality goods?
Very expensive, but should be able to sustain it at this point. Probably need to import timber. Timber comes from what this Magna, which is also a sea trader. It does buy weapons. Are we making enough weapons? No. So I'm thinking we need to expand production of weapons as well. We do have labor, so let's slow down. Let's do it. It will turn into a mess if I connect it to this area though, because these iron mines would go to these workshops. Even though if I build mines here, workshops here, it could work. But then these mines could go to this workshop, for example, and that's way too far. So we don't want that. I think the best solution is daisy chaining it. Still make too much. So we could also ship the bulk iron. I hate that, but there is no other way unless I move this workshop. Not a spaghetti, because this is gonna be pretty disgusting. Iron. Need some depots. We should have some space. Should I accept the weapons? Well, let's daisy chain it, I guess. houses are evolving. Thanks to the pottery. How about the Grand Temple? It still needs concrete. We are slowly making that. Because the highway station is drinking way too much sand. Might as well make that extra sand bit. You know, there seems to be sand. I just missed it. There's a bunch in this warehouse. Maybe we do want more concrete makers instead. So let's do that. Is the caravanserai fed? It is. How are we doing on pottery? I feel like I want more, but I mean, let's add 2 more. More wages for Romans. Let's match it. On to build the Venus Grand Temple next. More fish. We do produce quite a lot, but we can't sell all that much. Oh, the prefects. I love the prefects failing all the time because of no reason. That's just my absolute favorite. You could still make a lot more fish, obviously. No problem, Dido. I might put it on YouTube. It depends if there's interest. If you think you would watch it, then I'm gonna put it there. It's not a problem. On the VOD's channel, it's gonna go there. But thanks for hanging out. It was nice seeing you again, and I hope it was at least a bit fun. I feel like Tarsus is one of those maps that can cause a lot of trouble to people, despite it not being that difficult, but there are definitely a lot of things that can go wrong. So I hope it was a little bit interesting for that reason. We could do more decor. Yeah, I hope you can also set up the unstable builds, because the new Reconquered is a lot better, so you definitely would benefit a lot from getting that going. To do some grocery shopping, no problem. See you around, bye. Money's fine, but we will spend a ridiculous amount of money once we start importing things like wine. So we are definitely not safe long term yet. Are we short on any construction materials here? Yeah, timber. We do need to import it. So I need to open this, import timber. Check this, lower the amounts, accept some timber. I'd like to already set up the processing for furniture, but we'll do that later. Can still wait. Well, let's do that. What else? Gold. We should ship gold here to sell. Can I reasonably accommodate it anywhere? Could lower the weapons to 4. Let's make an armory. Don't have enough iron. Of course, we have explosions. This was suspected because this area is so spaghettified that, well, I did expect it. Might be making too many weapons, but there'll be a huge demand eventually for weapons due to the imperial developments. Another trade rate, we could open another one, yep. I'm just 10,000 for the it's a land trade rate. Buy sand, gold and fish. Sells me a bunch of wheat. We do want it, but the sand is a bit of a problem because it currently faces wrong direction. Is it just for sand? It also does some stone. Okay. Let's just do this. Come on. Like this to be, well, it can't be there. So I guess it's gonna have to be like this. Accepts a bunch of sand. And it accepts a bunch of wheat. We could do wheat in the... Nah, it's fine, it's better if it's here. We should enable the imperial request. Where do I make iron? It's one of these. There we go. It's a lot of wages. We'll do pottery and furniture because you'll consume a lot more of that. Plaza. Now, because of oil and everything, it's not necessary to go with Grand Insula. We could just stay something like Small Insula and make more patricians. But I think I will go with Grand Insula because our economy is gonna be able to support it, pretty sure. Plaza is just ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Now probably third block. Could add that. Did we make legionaries, by the way? We did. I should make an academy. Venus Temple is coming. We are importing wheat? Not yet. I could do it. Cost 10,000 to open. I think I will open it. Just get it going. Sell them sand. Import wheat. We'll set up the wheat in a bit. I don't need this high ground. There's also another staircase. We could put markets here, put highways here and let them use that, but this is close enough where I don't care about that shortcut. We can just use it up. Need to decide if we want to add side houses, and we probably do, meaning I might have to build a reservoir here. There's some extra fish, but honestly I could produce more here. Fish is not really we don't need to use every wharf spot. Seems reasonable. We can't make small temples, so it's gonna have to be a large temple. And I do not like that. But it's what it is. I could maybe just connect this thing. I really don't want to, but if I don't, then I don't know how I'm gonna make it. I guess for now we could just disconnect that, build that temple, and then break that connection again. This should technically allow our monument builders to get here. Hopefully they'll do it. If it's not too far, because it is pretty far. Because the reason, if I did connect it, if this was a road, all these wharfs might start delivering to this granary, and that's gonna absolutely destroy their output, because they rely on being able to fast drop off. They are waiting a lot of the time, yes, but if they are traveling, then suddenly there is no food, and they are like here, and before they can return, it's not the same as they waiting here to drop off immediately and resume production. It's way worse when they're stuck halfway across your city. Interconnections, whatever. You probably know what I'm talking about. Timber and marble. Is that the first stage? No, we are already well on our way through that. There are ample resources, so it's probably just a matter of time to finish the construction on that. I could add some more monument builders. This doesn't need any intervention, so it's fine. Do we need a bathhouse? You building it? They are. Mana was depleted a bit, but that's fine. We should be selling a lot of things. Now with the Mercury Temple, caravans are even better. If anything, I might want to put more fish into this. This one seems to be overstacked. Feeding first, when there's a surplus they can bring it. Let's give them some entertainment, otherwise these people are probably gonna rise up before I can give them the religion and then connect everything together. Or everything together, connect the necessary services without risk of interconnections breaking the known universe. Let them have some stuff. I probably should use Plaza. I'm just so used to not having it that I often forget. But we do have it. So far pretty good. They need second stage. Architect's on its way. Venus Temple getting to the finish line. Two prefects. You still fail. Oh yeah, because I created this connection. That's on me, I guess. So yeah, depots burning is not good. Hopefully they kept their settings. They did. More marble. Our money just kinda exploded. I guess we sold a bunch of resources this year. It's July. Check the quotas. Yeah, a lot of gold. Selling ridiculous amounts of things. Could start making furniture at this point. I need to set up the furniture production. This cliff is actually a pretty good location for it. It could also be a Grand Temple site, I think. But I don't even know, like maybe we would want Neptune or something. It wouldn't even fix my water issue though. I don't think. Well, it could, and I would have to then make a large temple to Neptune here to benefit from it, which I don't want. But these two would benefit from Neptune capacity. I think I don't care enough about that. I think our population is gonna be way more anyhow, so we don't really need it. But it's not a bad Grand Temple by any means, it's very strong. Almost done with the Venus. How about this? Just needs the architect. Okay, it's done. Let's break up that connection. Let there be food. Give them school, library, amphitheater. Form. I need a second actors corner because the theaters are gonna suck up my actors, and that's a problem. Normally one building like that can supply like 3 blocks, no issue, but the actors, since they can be used by theaters, they often cause issues. Get some decor.
I've heard there are jobs here.
Thanks for the follow.
I want to be alive.
Send a marble. And it's fine, furniture is producing now. We should see some evolution. I do want oil, but we can only import oil as a finished product. We are rich enough that we should be able to support it though. Where does oil come from? Is it... yeah, it's a land trade, right? So it needs to go here. Venus. All the way to ground in Sua. Sustaining the wheat is gonna be a bit of a problem, but not for long, hopefully. What was that? Producing weapons, but that's gonna be fine because the requests are gonna start asking for them. Where is more fire? Yeah, okay. Just prefix randomly failing, that's great. Another place where it exploded? What the fuck is going on? Oh, how much I despise this. Thanks. That's great. There are 2 prefects on this line. Not enough because it's in a freaking desert, and it worked for like most of the scenario. Aren't rioters or robbers now spawning from industry? Maybe that's why it's been causing so many issues. We also need another stone transport. Maybe some with weapons. Just get things moving. Go to the library anyway. is empty. Really running out of fish. Well, we have labor and there is a bunch of fish that we could just easily make, so let's make it. Set this to 8. It's more reliable at carrying it. It will be fixed once this fully kicks into gear. Oh boy, that one I completely missed. We could have another, I think, but it's closer to that one. Let's just do that. It's time for the patricians. What's the money like? Solid. We should probably raise our taxes to 8. Way too large. Some rock. I'm tempted to just make them source from the same supply hub, because the only thing we need to do is make sure that all of our markets do not distribute wine, and it will work. Because patricians don't use that many resources, so we can just safely do that. too much. I just need to make sure I caught every single market, and I think I have. Except for wine. You can only import it, it's costing a fortune. Or is it there? Slot lost clay. Except for wine. He owns fish.
If I don't get some...
He's still struggling with fish, but I think it's because I'm selling so much of it. He's the likely culprit. Could just produce more. It goes straight into the trade, which offsets how much we need to bring from elsewhere. Using up workers is also good, so you have way too many. That's... I think eventually they should produce enough. So what's the best way to get there? It's probably gonna be the highway path. Need some large temples. It's fine. Shortages will pass. Are you fucking serious? There are so many prefects here. Markets might... oh yeah, they need a connection. Fair. Make that connection. Despite it being a really bad idea overall. It will cause some of these wharfs to make stupid mistakes, but it's a couple of wharfs. It's probably not a huge deal. Library? Do we have a library? We do. Still need a theater. Probably give them a lion pit. Will it pay people some more wages so they leave me alone? We are having a massive wage bill, 19,000 in all. But our economy is still making 10,000 despite me importing wine, which is pretty good. We only gained 7,500 from taxes. So most of the money comes from 20,000 from imports last year. But we make almost 50k from trade. One of the gods is upset. It is Neptune. Is there another? Yeah, okay. Let's make the large temple to Neptune. Maybe make some oracles or something. We don't need that many patricians, I don't think, so it's fine. Should bring that to the trade granary as well, since this is so full. Should be able to stockpile the stone. whatever. We can handle flavor. Food type is a problem. I can import some other food. Vegetables from Syracusae. And we don't allow any vegetables for the other blocks, otherwise this would completely cripple them, because they will all go here if I let them, and we cannot have that. That would be absolutely catastrophic. Just need to figure out where to place these. 2 depots seems reasonable. Just not bring vegetables from that to here. And then markets. No vegetable distribution for you. And they should also get some... I was hoping they would be able to get some wheat. Oh boy, that's really bad. That's really bad. It's not just the trade ships, that's kind of whatever, but we had like, I don't know, 100 wharfs, so the one shipyard is gonna take approximately 50,000 years to repopulate that. Let me just fix that real quick, because otherwise this could collapse the entire supply chain. Fortunately, there was still some fish. Yeah, we still have some stocks piled up in the depots and the oxen, waiting to deposit it. Have I set the vegetables to be imported? Yes. I'm gonna miss this request for stone. I could try and store it, but it's... I mean, there's gonna be an extension probably. Give me the stone. And he wants gold as well. Wouldn't be Tarsus without yet another explosion. Do we have a forum? We do. That does impact our taxes quite significantly, but not enough to offset all the expenses. Plague in the city. Sure. Why not? Just need a prosperity, and our cap should be well within what we need. 100, yeah. Explosion. It's a stress test on prefects now. Another explosion, where the fuck is it? What? I thought I heard another explosion, but maybe not. New Emperor, no. It favors porks, but we did at least have a surplus of weapons before. Looks like I might not have that anymore. Let's add a warehouse for Imperial requests here. It's a new Emperor, but he will give us quite a little favor, I think. We'll just calm down with the freaking plagues. we can do these. Done. Alright, good practice today. I think it's enough. We've played 2 maps.
I hope you enjoyed
I think I've been
your work here.
a bit rusty, but
Situated near the pillars of her.
it's not really that apparent. I should probably play some more before I get back into updating the RC, just so I can get even a better feel for what I want to change and how. Because playing it again really gives you a refresh on what I wasn't quite happy with, what I wouldn't change, and what I would change dramatically, which there are some things on each map that I would touch. Plus obviously the new things that are now possible with the editor are gonna significantly impact what's gonna be done to the maps as well. But I also just generally want to touch upon balance or things that might be annoying. Anyway, thanks for watching and see you around. Bye.